Okay. Welcome, everybody. I'd like to call to order a special board meeting of the West Basin Municipal Water District Board of Directors. And to get started, we will have a determination of a quorum, Mr. General Manager.
Yes, thank you very much, President Alvarez. Director Scott Houston. Here. Director Don Deere. Here. Director Gloria Gray.
Here.
Director Harold Williams. Here. President Debbie Alvarez.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Next, I'm going to invite Matt V to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please place your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next is public comments. Do we have any members of the public that wish to address the board today, Mr. General Manager?
Yes, thank you very much, President Alvarez. We do have a couple of requests for public comment, though it's worth noting that this meeting has been held both in person and virtually. The first is a written comment that we received from Mr. Lee Squire. He is an auditor and fraud examiner, and he has been conducting research. I want to say thank you to him. He's been working with our staff as far as accessing a lot of documents that are available on our website. But he did send us a note that he asked us to read into the record. He says that he has not seen most cities, including management representation letters. Excuse me, I have not seen most cities, including the management representation letter as part of the audit report. West Basin needs to be commended as to transparency to we the people. And so he's been, I think, very kind as far as working with our staff. Very grateful, and we greatly appreciate members of the public that are contacting us and working with us. Secondly, we did receive a request for public comment. I believe he is here with us today. Mr. Rafi Rebukus.
Thank you, General Manager, Honorable President Alvarez, members of the West Basin Municipal Water District Board of Directors. My name is Rafi Rebukas. I'm the immediate past president of the Young Leaders Political Action Committee, which serves high school and junior high school students all across the state of California in service to promote civic engagement. And but I'm here today as simply a concerned resident of Division 3. You see, I'm a college student, and a word that's been floated around in my circles around over the course of the past few months has been the word op. And I feel like it's important to share that with you to make my point today. Op is short for the word opposition. And an op is someone that, you might not see eye to eye with. Your ideas might not be very squared. And members of this board of directors, you know who the biggest op to civic engagement, to democracy is? It's a lack of civic engagement. And we see a troubling trend here, not just here in West Basin, but across our country today. You know that democracy is strongest when every citizen's voice is heard, when everyone actively participates in the decision-making process. And yet a troubling trend we see is that among young people, we see a lack of civic engagement. It's not that they don't care, it's that they often feel disillusioned, disconnected, and disempowered by the complexities of the systems in place. And it's precisely this disconnect that poses the greatest threat to our democracy. You, members of this board of directors, know better than anyone that democracy is not about casting a ballot every few years. It's not merely just that. It's also about being active and informed about the policies, the institutions, and the communities that affect our daily lives. And among those, the most fundamental aspect, I believe, is the provision of clean, reliable water. So we have to turn this opposition to opportunity. So here's my commitment. I want to work with each of you as elected officials, and I want to work with the incredible staff here at West Basin that makes everything possible to ensure that one day we can get that Zoom room and this room filled with inquisitive young minds who want to learn more about the mechanisms that bring water to their faucets, to their offices, and to their homes. I want to thank each of you for your public service. It's not lost on me the sacrifices you make every day to ensure that the people of this district have a safe and clean and effective water supply that they can enjoy with their friends and their family. And I ask that you keep up the great work. Thank you for your time.
Rafi, thank you very much. Very good words.
Mr. President, that concludes our current request. If there's any member of the public that would like to speak, now would be the time to do so. If there's anybody joining us virtually and they'd like to speak, please indicate so by raising your virtual hand. And Mr. President, I do not see any requests.
Okay, then we'll move on to presentations. We have 3 presentations today. The first one is in recognition of Cal State Dominguez Hills program. They're one of the first adopters of recycled water, and they've been a partner of West Basin since I think 2005, and really one of our biggest users of recycled water, and a very engaged partner. We do have some representatives from their Office of Sustainability, but I thought you'd get started. We have a little video, so maybe we can run that video, please.
Cal State Dominguez Hills is located in the city of Carson. We produce a lot of teachers, social workers, business majors. The people that we do teach really need that. My name is Kenny Seaton. I am the Director of Central Plant Operations and Strategic Energy Projects for Cal State University Dominguez Hills. I think sustainability has a role in everything, right? It's being implemented into the classroom, into the curriculum. Students, they care, right? And they want to do the right thing. And so as the campus, we need to do the right thing also to set that example and to give them living lab lessons, right? Which is kind of how this project came about.
With a campus serving over 14,000 students, 80% of which are considered underserved, the university understands the value of sustainability and pursues innovative ways to reduce its water footprint.
I heard about the Metropolitan rebate program through my sustainability director. When we heard about it, actually increased the excitement at the campus, right? It was, we can do this great project and we can get some money back. Seemed like a good thing to do. The campus has extensive HVAC systems, but when we're cooling the spaces off, what we're really doing is taking the heat away from the space. We take that heat, we go run it through the cooling tower, and the heat basically evaporates off into the air. But what people don't really understand is that that evaporation process is not just the heat, but it's a lot of water. It's water to the tune of 10,000 gallons every single day. The system that we used to collect the condensate was called drip cycle. It's basically just a small pump that pumps water from the air handlers down through the tunnel system to the next tank and keeps going farther. How cool would it be to be able to walk down the tunnel and see this water that we're capturing, this 80,000 gallons of water, running it all the way to the cooling tower.
By sharing this project through tours and firsthand learning, Cal State Dominguez Hills is amplifying the message of water and energy stewardship far beyond the campus boundaries.
Before we implemented drip cycle into all of our buildings, that water would just shoot out of the air handlers, basically, right? The air was blowing through the coil, it dried out the air, the water went down into a drain and just went straight down the drain. Now we're capturing that and bringing it back and putting it to a useful space instead of out to the stormwater. Previous to installing the drip cycle, twice a year we had to have the plumbing department down snaking out, and the system's been online for 2.5 years, and we've never had the plumbers down since that. Metropolitan Water helped with this project. They helped us to keep us focused so that at the end we were able to come up with this 80,000 gallon a year savings. It was a good project because of the partnership.
By connecting with Metropolitan Water District and leveraging their incentives, the university turned a concept into a reality. Cal State Dominguez Hills, where education and water conservation flow together.
Okay, and today we have several people, I don't know if they're all here, but we'll call you up and you can come forward. We have a presentation we'd like to make. Ellie Perry, who's the Sustainability Director, and Amelia Halberg, Sustainability Coordinator, Charlotte Samora, Zero Waste Coordinator, and David Ortega, the Environmental Compliance
He
Officer.
wasn't able to make it. David wasn't able to make it.
Okay, and Kenny is here also. He's the Director of Central Plant Operations and Strategic Energy Projects and our host in the video. So if you guys can all come up here, we're gonna have you come back where the flags are. And I can have the board come up.
Congratulations. So very, very much.
Wherever you want.
I'm gonna put you front and center.
There you go.
Thank you.
Have you on the right?
Okay, well, I'm gonna do the, and then we're gonna,
Okay, yeah.
okay. So we have this proclamation for all of you today, and I'll read the proclamation. Actually, Kenny, why don't you read it?
Just be loud. Okay, but my glasses are on the table over there,
Yeah,
so.
well, you want to-
Are they reading glasses? These are nice. These work better.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Same prescription. California State University, Dominguez Hills, May 29, 2024. Whereas California State University, Dominguez Hills permanent campus was opened in October 1968 in the city of Carson to provide the mostly minority population in nearby urban neighborhoods the best accessibility to a college education. And whereas California State Dominguez Hills lives up to its mission of sustainable and equitable stewardship of our natural, social, and economic resources shown through the following actions. By utilizing recycled water from West Basin throughout its campus, by retrofitting and installing water-efficient devices at its student housing, campus restrooms, gyms, and kitchen areas, by partnering with West Basin to construct an ocean-friendly garden, and by installing an innovative HVAC condensate reuse system that was designed by students and saves approximately 80,000 gallons of water annually. This system has become an educational lab where students and community members alike can be inspired to seek out solutions for water use reductions. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed on this, the 29th of May, 2024, that we, the directors of West Basin Municipal Water District, hereby join in celebrating and congratulating the California State University Dominguez Hills engineering students, Sustainability Office, and the Central Plant team for winning Metropolitan Water District's One Water Award for their innovative work in conserving water through the HVAC condensate reuse system. And it's signed by everybody important.
In addition to this condensate recycling system that they've developed, they're actually going to be doing some additional work. They'll be doing a lot of turf replacement. You just have got an award or some support from West Basin, and they're continuing their efforts. They've been involved. I think at first you tied into the recycled water system in 2005.
That's what you say, yes.
Yeah.
I got there in 2011, but it's been there a long
I
time.
think you might have said it was there before you were there. That's what my recollection is from what.
That's about right,
previously,
yep.
but, and you know, really been a leader in the use of recycled water and in the conservation of water overall. So we're really very proud of Cal State Dominguez Hill. Okay, with that, okay, you can tell us where you want. At the end of the day, we all just take directions.
It's no different than
Director
yours.
Lynch, if I can come over here by Director Houston.
I have to.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Takes directions well begrudgingly.
Good. If we can all take like a step to the right, so we can be more centered
So
with
for
the,
the left.
For left.
oh, sorry, left, yeah, my right, your left. So everyone just one step over a little bit. Yeah, so just a little bit more centered on this wall. Okay, that looks really good. Okay. You're perfect. You're-
do that.
You look great. Okay. I will count to three, or I'll take a couple. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, 3. And I'll just go step back here. 1, 2, and. Thank you.
Okay, here you go. Would you like to say some words or?
No, I think you said everything, so congratulations, thank you for what you do.
I'll just say something real. I mean, we are right in the midst of Carson and you all are right down the street and the campus has done a wonderful job over the years, including our drought tolerant landscape we've got over there, as well as the work with the recycled water lines. So thank you for being a leader in the South Bay area. Director Williams does represent your area, so he probably really should be saying something.
Right. You're the.
Right, it's great that Cal State Dominguez stepped up and is doing such wonderful things in the area of environmental. Because when we first got here, we thought that, well, this is not really an engineering school, that there really wouldn't be much on. You guys jumped in there and you're doing it. And it's so good that you jumped in there with Metropolitan Water because they are the water people. And Director Gray and Director Alvarez represent Metropolitan. And
Thank you.
represent us here. Thank you. Thank you.
Director Deere, do you have any comments?
No, I just agree with everything that's been said.
Okay, well, thank you, everyone. We appreciate it again.
Right?
Stay here. Yeah, I'll do it.
Are you sure I'm staying?
So they're just.
You were start.
And set the example.
All right, that's great.
Not just do it right, set the example.
That's right. You go.
Oh, you're gonna stay here. So we're gonna have a whole series of presentations. We're gonna move on to the next presentation. And our next presentation is recognition of Juneteenth. And do we have anybody here for that presentation? We do not. But so I will read the presentation.
He's pointing to someone. Yeah, I kind of opted in.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Amazon Beard. I'm here with Mary Simon. I can read it. I do storytelling on Juneteenth at the main library in Redondo Beach, and I think it's so important for our kids and our future. So would you like me to go somewhere, stand somewhere? Or?
Yeah, why don't you come on up and we'll do the same routine? And you can do your storytelling.
Oh, no, I get very animated when I hit storytelling. All right, here we go here.
You want
Oh.
to read?
Yeah, I might have to use your glasses like that. See, let's face it. Oh, no, I'm good. Okay, so, hello, everybody. Hello, board. Hello. How are you? Come on, Scott. Hello, Amazon. Nice to meet you. All right, here. So at West Basin Municipal Water District, this is a proclamation for Juneteenth, June 19, 2024. Whereas Juneteenth observes the declaration of the end of slavery. In Galveston, Texas, on June 19th, 1865, where 250,000 enslaved African Americans realized freedom more than 2 years after the passage of the Emancipation Proclamation. And whereas Juneteenth is the oldest nationally celebrated commemoration of the ending of slavery. Here. It's not in here, but I just had to add. Providing an opportunity for citizens to learn more about slavery's history and heritage, and to better understand the experiences, have shaped the United States, and whereas Juneteenth was officially memorialized in 2021, that's a long time. That's crazy. 2021 as a federal holiday for Americans to honor African American history and encourage African Americans to emphasize their freedoms and citizenship. And whereas Juneteenth was officially declared a West Basin Municipal Water District observed holiday by resolution in 2022 and unanimously observed by the board of directors in honor of the importance of hope and continuing to do the work necessary for a better future for all. And whereas Juneteenth recognizes the triumph of the human spirit and the strength, resolve, and achievements of the African American community through celebrations throughout the nation. And whereas Juneteenth acknowledges the 47.9, I want to say that again, the 47.9 million African Americans in the United States who make up 14.4% of the total population. And that's a big number. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that June 19, 2024, the directors of the West Basin Municipal Water District hereby declare the acknowledgement, the historical significance of Juneteenth as a day to inspire and encourage the citizenry to join in celebration and solidarity in the pursuit of freedom and equality for all.
You do a much better reading than I would. So, yeah, I really appreciate it. All right, so, no, we're not done. We're not done. The most important part here.
I was just going to pop in. Okay. I think I'll have, yeah, you both, so we can center around here. And then everyone take one step to the right, please. So we're just a little more centered, just to your right, a little bit more. I might have to, yeah, I'll be on that side. Yeah, that looks better, actually. Better more balance. Okay, looking good. Okay. I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2, and 3. One more. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
So any more comments on that one? I forgot.
Yeah, I just think it's very positive of this board to be progressive like this. Like we've been has a lot of other jurisdictions honoring the June 18th. As a history teacher, I appreciate it much too. Thank you.
I will say, first of all, whoever wrote that proclamation, thank you so much. I mean, it really was a history lesson, and for West Basin to acknowledge Juneteenth, I think it's very important. You can look at this board and you can see the diversity on this board. And I think that's very important. You've heard me talk about diversity, but Juneteenth is very important to acknowledge because, you know, one of the things that I think is important with history is that we don't forget and that we remember. We just, I don't know, we're celebrating Memorial Day, which is really a day of mourning. Remember those who died for freedom for this country, right? And now we're celebrating Juneteenth. And that's important because in history, it has to do with the fact that 49,000 was not many during that day. What was acknowledged the fact that these are people who need to be free, and I'm part of that legacy. And I'm very proud to be part of that legacy. And so my message is that we should never forget. And should we remember what these days are all about? I know we're coming up to celebrate Pride Day, very important. We should not forget what these days are all about. Thank you to Cal State Demeanors. I did say a lot, but thank you for what you do about water, very important. So thank you again to West Basin. Proud of this board that we are acknowledging Juneteenth and other important days in history.
I guess I would be next to say something. One thing that's great about Juneteenth, I think that if you all could go out and see what was going on in terms of the thing, contributions that were being made by folks who were not allowed to participate. And during that time, we helped build America. I don't know if many of you know that, but like Washington, DC, the capital, that infrastructure was built by the slaves. Okay. Just to let you know, that's how I became a public works director. No, no. Yeah, it was great. That's where I got it from. Thank you.
I'll just quickly echo what's already been said. And, Juneteenth is one of those holidays that most of us never learned about. And I remember when I even first seemed to learn about it, and it was around, 2018, 19, 2020, which was shocking that most of us had never learned or been educated about it, which is really sad. But fast forward, what was so awesome is that this board of directors did take action to honor Juneteenth, to actually make it a holiday at this district. I think we were one of the first public agencies, probably, hopefully, in the state of California that took that action. But it also shows, our commitment, as well as our staff's commitment, and the fact that we do represent some of the most amazing communities. And, we walk the talk at this district. And so I'm very grateful for our staff and this board, and for how we can be role models in communities we serve.
Okay, and I will echo everybody's comments. And in recognition of another group, we'll have our third presentation. Why don't you guys just stay here? Going back to the door. Okay, so we have a proclamation in recognition of Pride Month. And joining us today for this presentation is Mary Sinner from the South Bay LGBT Center and with the Surfrider South Bay Foundation. So come on up, Mary. And then we also have Amazon, come join us.
Yes, sir. Yes, on it.
Right, I'm gonna have you read the presentation. Do you want to read it?
Oh,
Scott.
I'll read it.
I would
Okay.
love to have you read.
Oh, I'll read it.
Very special.
Well, let me go ahead and read it first, and I'm sure I'll want to say a few words, but proclamation for LGBTQ plus Pride Month. Whereas LGBTQI plus Pride Month is celebrated annually in the month of June to honor the June 28, 1969 Stonewall Uprising that served as a tipping point for the gay liberation movement. And whereas LGBTQI plus Pride Month began as a coordinated effort between the Madison Society, New York City activists, and homophile groups belonging to the Eastern Regional Conference of Homophile Organizations, or ERCO, on June 28, 1970, with the first marches, taking place in Chicago, Los Angeles, New York, and San Francisco. And whereas LGBTQI plus Pride Month honors the rights and freedom of the LGBTQI plus community to live openly by recognizing the diversity of individuals to identify as LGBTQI plus and the spectrum of gender and sexuality represented within the community. And whereas LGBTQI plus Pride Month serves as a reminder of the community's history and an opportunity to peacefully protest and raise political awareness of current issues facing the community, with Los Angeles celebrating this year's theme of power and pride. And whereas LGBTQI plus Pride Month unites millions of people around the world in celebration to call for greater unity, visibility, and equality of the LGBTQI plus community. And whereas LGBTQI plus Pride Month acknowledges the 23 million people who identify as LGBTQI+ in the United States and who make up approximately 7.1% of the total population. Now therefore be it proclaimed for the month of June 2024 that we, the directors of West Basin Water District, hereby recognize LGBTQI+ Pride Month as an annual celebration of LGBTQI+ Americans and the impact and influence this community has had on local, national, and international societies, and signed by our full board of directors. Happy Pride.
Okay. So Amazon and Mary.
How do you remain?
Yeah, well, maybe both of you guys hold the proclamation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I think
Although we
we
gotta-
need to kind of be more integrated.
There we go.
Yeah, yeah.
Is
There
that
we go.
better? Is that
Friends of the.
better?
Yes, yes, yeah. Is that like more codey? No, yeah, you can
Good.
put just, yeah.
There we go.
There you go. See your face. Okay, everyone can look at me here. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, 3. And then this way, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and one more this way, 1, 2, and. Yeah. We're done.
So, any additional comments anybody would like to make?
Well,
It just shows how progressive this board is, and I think that proud to be a part of it.
oh, well, I'd like to, the ladies would like to say anything, Mary. All right. Amazon.
She always puts me in there.
No, never mind. The South Bay LGBTQ Center, located in Torrance, California, serves the entire South Bay, and we are a gathering place, a safe place for community members and allies as well. And we welcome everyone to come visit us and join us in activities, because if we don't all support one another, no matter who we are, no matter who we love, no matter how we feel or like, as long as we're nice to each other and ourselves, as long as we can support each other, we can all get through this together. And that's what we believe.
Amazon?
I like you, sir. I like you. I think as a LGBTQ member, it's been a hard road to just be who I am. And I think all of you out there, some of you have had hard roads. It's hard to have a brain, but as we stand together, like Mary said, we all will get through this. And I think people forget that we vote, and we vote very big and loud. So don't forget November.
like that? Well, first of all, I'd like to say that I think it's wonderful that this board recognizes important issues in society, and this is a very important thing to recognize. And as I said before, freedom is very important. But I think what is important is that we make sure that everyone has an opportunity to excel like we all do and have the same rights and freedom that everybody has. And I think it's what it's all about, freedom and equity and opportunity to be fair. And so I'm happy to be here, to be part of this celebration, if you will, because it is a celebration when we recognize important issues in society. So thank you both for being here. Thank you for this board being progressive, as Director Deere said, and recognizing important issues in society that we should recognize and support. And thank you for saying support, because that is all about supporting, what is the right thing to do. So thank you.
Thank you. I agree 100%. Thank you, directors. Thank you, President Alvarez. Thank you, West Basin Municipal Water District. I'm very fond of.
All that, just like to say, let freedom ring.
Yeah. There you go.
And I'll just say thank you also just to everyone for, I've been on the board for 10+ years now, and I've been really honored that this agency respects our LGBTQ+ folks, myself included. It was a long road even for me when it comes to growing up, let alone taking, that step to run for elected office. I faced a ton of discrimination way back when in the city of El Segundo, my first 2 campaigns. But I'm also glad to say that our communities have changed a lot. The laws have changed a lot. We can never get comfortable, and it doesn't even matter if it's not just the LGBTQ+ issues. It's It's the way they're treating African Americans. It's the way they're treating almost any minority in this country right now.
Women.
It's shameful, women, etc. So we all can never take anything for granted. You all know this, but at the same time, we got to live it, walk it, and breathe it. And lastly, I'm really honored, yes, because I do represent the city of West Hollywood on this board. Division 4 has that city, and we're really, really proud to have it. And, you know, that's a significant LGBTQ plus population. Almost half the folks in that town identify as part of our community. So the great thing, again, West Basin, we honor, we respect. I think, again, we're a leader. Sadly, there's been a lot of nonsense with some of our local cities, including Torrance and some others, that just don't give us respect. And thank you to our board that we always are upfront, we're unapologetic, and that's how we have to be. You know, it extends that to all of our communities, from the very north end all the way down to the South Street. Thank you, and thank you to Mary and Amazon for being here as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank you for the flag.
Yeah.
Do I get a piece and hang it at the side?
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah. Yeah.
No folding, no.
push.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's It's not very stable.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Ted.
Oh, of course. It doesn't matter, we just accept everybody. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll see you again. It's all of us, right?
Well, thank you.
That's not right. No, it is. It is. It's
Ourselves.
Yep, no. Well, it's gonna be the main.
Okay, so that was a little bit informal today, but I think we're trying to do it that way. And as it was mentioned by West Basin does exert leadership in many ways, and not just in the water field. Even though that is the primary purpose, but West Basin, and it's important for everyone. Exert leadership, and that leadership includes being open-minded, being accepting, and being welcoming of others. No matter where they come from, no matter what the background is, we're all human beings at the end of the day, and there's a commonality that we all share. We may have differences of opinions, but we can find that once we engage in dialogue and are open and forthright about that dialogue, that a lot of those differences of opinion are superseded by the commonality that we all have in common. So I think we're all on that. We should all be aware of it and never forget that we owe each other that openness and willingness to be accepted. Okay, with that, I will move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the consent calendar. And is there anyone that wishes to remove anything from the consent calendar for consideration?
And I'm going to approve approval of the entire consent calendar.
Right, Director Jeter has moved approval of the consent calendar. Do we have a second? Director Jeter,
I'll second.
a second, so if there's no additional comments, go ahead and have a vote on that, Mr. General Manager.
Director Scott Houston.
Yes.
Director Don Deere.
Yes.
Director Gloria Gray.
Yes.
Director Harold Williams.
Yes.
President Desi Alvarez.
Yeah. Okay, and I am looking at the next item, which is the action calendar. We got quite a few items on the action calendar for presentation. Also note that our general counsel needs to leave early this afternoon. His daughter is graduating from high school today, and they're having a celebration this evening, and congratulations. And I understand that she's been accepted to Dartmouth. which is a,
Wow.
very, good school and a difficult school to get into. So, congratulations to your daughter and to you. So if, the board, wouldn't mind, I'd like to move the, closed session, up before the action calendar so that, Joe can go ahead and make his presentation and leave in time for his daughter's graduation. With that, we'll take the closed session on the board. Okay, so we want to announce the closed session, Joe?
Thank you, President Alvarez. I appreciate that. It's nice of you. The board will go into closed session for the items that are stated on the agenda, which is conference, legal counsel, anticipated litigations, 4 cases. And thank you again. Thank you.
With that, we'll adjourn the closed session. All right, we're gonna reconvene the board meeting, the special board meeting. First, since we just came out of closed session, Mr. General Counsel, do you have anything to report?
There's no action taken during closed session.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
can I ask the one to turn the air down some?
Oh,
There's a bit over my head, please.
it is a little chilly.
In here. Thank you. Thank you.
I thought it was just me.
It's freezing.
Thank you for bringing that up. Okay, so now we'll return to our regular calendar and, we are the action calendar. The first item is an amendment to the agreement W 29 operation and maintenance of the recycled water distribution system. Mr. General Manager, would you like to introduce that item, please?
Yes, thank you very much, President Alvarez. I did want to briefly mention that this is an item that has been discussed and vetted by West Basin's Facility Operations Ad Hoc Committee. We have met on several occasions to discuss the negotiations in relation to our distribution system and the operator there. And for this presentation, we do have Frank Fuchs, our operations supervisor, and this begins on packet page 90.
They mentioned over presentation, this memo. I refer you to page 177 for packet and provide a summary of what's in the code. So first, I'd like to start with providing background on what the scope is for the operations and maintenance of the distribution system. So essentially, the scope is encompassed in two parts. One we refer to as the basic services, and that includes activities such as water quality sampling, maintenance of appurtenances, valves, repair valves, maintenance of pump and disinfection stations, and also responding to repair works. And for repairs, this includes responding to emergency leaks or general repairs. The majority of the repairs are implemented by a subcontractor, and repairs are not emergency. We do request that they obtain quotes for that type of thing. The revisions to the scope include the new Palo Verde's pipeline and pump station that is currently being constructed. The water quality sampling is updated to reflect additional sampling from an average of 30 samples per month to an average of 50 per month. There's also some verification of the scope language to account for some repairs that implement can also start moving forward. The next slide, please. Page 178. So this is a summary of the current agreement and what is being proposed in the amendment. So the current agreement is a 3-year term. It expires June 30th of this year. The agreement budget includes 3 full-time employees. It's a time and material agreement, so the contract amount is a budget, so you pay for the actual amount of work that is being implemented. The current agreement has a contract budget of $880,000 per year, and this does include a 10% contingency. And the overall cost for this current agreement is a not to exceed amount of $2,640,000. The board member that was approved in 2021 indicated that there was an option to extend the agreement for 2 years. Unfortunately, this language was not included in the agreement. This was an oversight of our staff. However, after review with West Basin Legal Counsel, they indicated that the agreement could be extended, and the language of the board recommendation provides for this clarification.
So what page number is that?
This is 178.
Thank you.
So the proposed amendment, we're requesting an additional 2 years, so it would be a total of a 5-year term total. We're requesting an equivalent of 3.2 full-time employees, so there's additional hours associated with the additional scope that I mentioned. We also request request a change in the labor rates for Informark. So the estimated contract budget was at $958,000. This also includes a 10% contingency. And so the overall budget, the proposed amendment would be $4,316,200. Next slide, please. Page 179. So these two tables provide just background of the current budget and the expenditures. So for the first table, it shows what the basic services cost estimated was $607,000 per year. That's for the current agreement. Shows the estimated repairs for $193,000 per year. And then the total with the contingency is $280,000. The current agreement expenditures is the second table. So the mileage and labor, essentially the basic services, material subcontractors of the repairs. And there you can see that the total estimated expenses through the end of this contract is going to be approximately $2.4 million. And then the average expenses per year are close to $800,000 per year, which is in line with what the budget amount was, not including any specific. Slide. This slide just shows a summary of the current and proposed labor rates. And so Informark is proposing for the superintendent rate, they're proposing to increase the superintendent rate by 5%. The foreman rate, proposed to increase by 9%. And for the locator and the operator, they're proposing to keep those rates the same. As I had mentioned that there are additional hours associated with additional scope that I mentioned, so that's why we have that 3.2 FTE labor being proposed. Next slide, please. And so this just summarizes again the budget and how we calculated what the overall proposed budget. Like you can see that the basic services for the proposed amendment increased by $40,000 a year. Again, this is due to the increase in the labor rates and the additional labor hours. The repairs increased by $31,000. And this is due to this increase in subcontractor costs. And so overall, if you compare the proposed amended dollar amount for the proposed overall O&M agreement versus the existing amount, it's an increase of 8.9%. So again, so to summarize, the estimated expenses against through June are 2.4 million. Estimated expenses through from July 2024 to June 2026. We added an additional $958,100 per year. So the total proposed amended budget would be $4,316,200. So with that, I can you can recommend the motion. The recommendation is the West Basin Facilities Operations Ad Hoc Committee recommends that the board authorize the general manager to execute a legal instrument approved by district legal counsel correcting described clerical error in the prior instrument and setting forth the 2-year extension option to amend agreement W2959 on provision. Extend the agreement term for 2 years, beginning 2026. Amend Informark legal rates from July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2026. Amend agreement scope to include monitoring of the new pipeline, new valves and purposes, the new pump station, general scope clarification, and amend the agreement budget from $2,640,000 to a not to exceed contract amount $4,316,200. That's what we have to answer.
Thank you very much. Any board member have any questions?
I have a question, and that is, let's note these write-ups. Give me 1 second. So this was recommended by the West Basin Facilities Operations Ad Hoc Committee. But quite frankly, I don't know who the ad hoc committee is. So can someone enlighten me on who the ad hoc committee is for that?
Yes, the ad hoc committee is Director Williams and myself.
Okay. I suppose maybe there's a way that could be put in here in the future so we know, because we have what, only 3 ad hocs? Is that right? Do we still have 3 ad hocs right now?
We have, I think, 4 ad hocs, but
Really?
I can't repeat them off the top of my head, so we'll get back to you on that.
Okay. So back to this. So the ad hoc committee, it says here though, does recommend this, correct?
Yes.
So that's my only question. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll move the item.
Second.
Any other questions? Comments? And vote.
Director Scott Houston,
Yes.
Director Don Deere,
Yes.
Director Gloria Gray,
Yes.
Director Harold Williams,
Yes.
President Desi Alvarez.
Yes. Okay, next item is consideration of participation in fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2024 community outreach items. So, Mr. General Manager, would you go ahead and introduce the first part and then the second part?
Yes, very much, or thank you very much. This item will be presented by Hazel Vasquez, our Deputy Board Secretary 2. It begins on packet page 182. And just for clarification, the board president did mention there are 4 items to be considered under item 8B. The first 2, numbers 1 and 2, are related to this current fiscal year of 2023 and 2024. And the second, the latter 2, numbers 3 and number 4, are related to fiscal year 24-25 community outreach events. And so with that, I'm going to have Haza walk you through the first 2 items, get feedback from the board, and then we can take on items 3 and 4.
Board, if I can turn your attention to packet page 182. So as EJ mentioned, I'll go over the 2 items that I have for your consideration today for fiscal year 2024. The first of those items is the Venice Marina LAX Lions Club. They are hosting their annual bingo fundraiser and barbecue dinner on Saturday, June 15, 2024. At this time, Director Houston requests consideration for West Basin to sponsor this event in the amount of $250, which would grant West Basin a district booth/table to distribute district information, as well as an advertisement promoting district awareness. West Basin did previously sponsor this event in fiscal year 2022-23 in the same amount of $250, and at the time, we got a booth for that sponsorship. Additional information regarding this request is included in attachment A, and you can find that on packet page 185. The second item that I have for your consideration for fiscal year 23-24 is the 10th Council District Women's Steering Committee Annual Scholarship Fundraiser and Luncheon. They are hosting this fundraiser and luncheon on Saturday, June 29, 2024. At this time, Director Gray is requesting consideration for West Basin to participate in the 10th Council District Women's Steering Committee's annual scholarship fundraiser and luncheon by placing an advertisement in the event Souvenir Tribute Journal for a fee of $175. West Basin last participated in this event as a sponsor in fiscal year 22-23, and we sponsored in the amount of $1,500, which provided the opportunity for an advertisement. Additional information regarding this request is included in attachment B, and that is on packet page 188. Now, if I can turn your attention to the bottom of packet page 183 for the fiscal impact for fiscal year 23-24. As you know, funds for the sponsorship and participation in these community outreach events are included in the fiscal year 24 community outreach budget in the amount of $75,000. Approving participation in the events, as I've mentioned here, that total $425, would leave a remaining budget of $2,175, and you can see details regarding that in attachment C on packet page 195. And for the sake of keeping the 2 separate, I will go ahead and read the recommendation for those 2 items. The first is Director Houston recommends that the board consider approving sponsorship of the Venice Marina LAX Lions Club annual bingo fundraiser and barbecue dinner event scheduled to be held on Saturday, June 15, 2024 in the amount of $250. And number 2, Director Gray recommends that the board consider approving participation in the 10th Council District Women's Steering Committee's annual scholarship fundraiser and luncheon event scheduled to be held on Saturday, June 29, 2024 by placing an advertisement in their Souvenir Tribute Journal for a fee of $175. With that, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, any questions on this from any other board members?
I move the item, or the 2 items.
Second.
Vote on this.
Director Scott Houston.
Yes.
Director Don Deere.
Yes.
Director Gloria Gray.
Yes.
Director Harold Williams.
Yes.
President Alvarez.
Surprise everybody and vote yes on this. I didn't want to. I promise.
He's gonna vote, he's gonna vote
I said
yes.
I surprise everybody and vote yes on this.
Can you say that a little bit louder?
I am voting yes on this. I can yell that,
Thank you, Chair.
but I do want to make a point. We budgeted $75,000 for community outreach event. And with these two, we've almost at the $75,000 limit. So there's only $2,175 left. All right, so we've done a good job of spending money.
That's what we do.
Say it a little loud enough. Go on.
I don't think I need to say that enough, but, so we'll move on to the second part.
So for fiscal year 24-25, I have two additional items for your consideration. The first is for the Downtown Culver City's Independence Day celebration that they are hosting on July 5th, 2024. Director Houston is requesting consideration for West Basin to sponsor the Downtown Culver City Independence Day celebration event in the amount of $3,000, which would grant West Basin a speaking opportunity for a district representative and a district booth/table to distribute district information. West Basin has not previously sponsored this event, but I did want to mention that we sponsored an event that this event is replacing. They used to hold a fireworks show. That is no longer happening, and this is the event that's now taking place. But additional information regarding this specific request can be found in attachment D, and that's on packet page 186. If you turn your attention to packet page 183, I have the second item for your consideration. And that is Will Gear's Theatrica Botanicum's 2024 Gala Echoes in the Forest that is being held on Saturday, August 3rd, 2024. Director Houston is requesting consideration for West Basin to sponsor Will Gear's Theatrica Botanicum Gala event in the amount of $2,500, which would grant West Basin an advertisement promoting district awareness. West Basin did previously sponsor this event in fiscal year 2024 in the same amount of $2,500, which provided the opportunity for an advertisement. Additional information regarding this sponsorship request is included in attachment E, and you can find that on packet page 199. Now towards the bottom of 183, I have the fiscal impact for fiscal year 24-25. As you know, that budget is still, has not been adopted and is still being discussed. So with that in mind, at the time, we do have a proposed budget included of $75,000 for community outreach events. In the event that these events are approved for sponsorship and the budget is approved as well, approving these two that total $5,500 would leave a remaining budget of $69,500. And there are details available for that on packet page 202, which is attachment. So with that, I will read the recommendation for those two items. This is number 3 under recommendation. Director Houston recommends that the board consider approving sponsorship of Downtown Culver City's Independence Day celebration event scheduled to be held on Friday, July 5th, 2024 in the amount of $3,000. Number 4, Director Houston recommends that the board consider approving sponsorship of Will Gear's Theatrica Botanica 2024 Gala Echoes in the Forest event scheduled to be held on Saturday, August 3rd, 2024 in the amount of $2,500. And I can have to answer any questions.
Thank you. On this item, before I open it up, I do want to speak to it. In this particular case, we're basically going to be spending money if these items are approved from a budget which has not been approved. And I've never seen that at this agency, at least in the short term that I've been here. I haven't been here as long as some of the other board members. But in general, I don't believe it's good public policy to spend money from a budget that hasn't been approved. And it is not, I mean, we're making an assumption that this is going to be approved in the budget. It would be best if this was considered after the budget was approved, and that we always be mindful of the fact that we have a budget. We're supposed to stay within our budget. We expect the staff to stay within the budget. And that it is incumbent upon us to be respectful of those budgets. So since we do not have a budget, I'm going to make a motion that this item, that these two items be brought back for consideration by this board after the approval of the budget, which will happen next month. These events are gonna occur, I believe, in August, and I forget when you said the other one was.
One of them is July 5.
Okay, so anyways, my motion, is that, these items, since they are not in the budget, we do not have an approved budget for 24-25, be brought back for consideration by this board, after the approval of the 24-25 budget.
Second the motion.
Mr. President, can I clarify real quick?
Yes.
So the June regularly scheduled board meeting would happen on the 24th. In order for item 8B3 to meet our qualifications or our timing, we would need to do it then at that meeting, but we could do it subsequent to the board action on the budget. So it could be on the same agenda, but beneath that.
Yes, I believe that my motion was bring this back next month.
Okay.
For consideration after a budget is approved.
Thank you for the clarification.
I believe I have a second to that motion.
Yes.
Okay, any other comments?
I have discussed. You
Yes.
want to go first?
Just a question, because I actually think we have
That's what.
done this in the past where we have voted on items in the current fiscal year for the next fiscal year.
Yeah.
Because of these timing issues. That was the reason it's been done. So there has been precedent.
Yes, yes. This fiscal year particularly, I believe that the first one or two that we did for fiscal year 23-24 were approved prior to the fiscal year. But if it helps, part of our process as far as actually paying the sponsorship, we don't do that until the event has taken place. Or if the organizers request payment up front, we don't submit payment until we receive verification, their signed verification form, as well as any supporting documents showing our advertisement, showing our booth, showing, the speaker there and providing remarks, just to ensure that those criteria are being met, and that's when we release the payment. So for either of them, they wouldn't be released until after the fiscal year starts. So if that helps at all.
And one other thing is, quite frankly, even if we approve this today, and let's just suppose that the budget does not have these at the end of next month, well, then obviously we wouldn't be paying, we'd cancel, right?
Right, and considering that then at that point, there is a board action. I don't know if we have to take a separate action to undo the board action, but
If the budget didn't have a sponsorship budget in it, I guess we would have negated anything we were gonna have approved.
You probably want to clarify at the time that previous action would be superseded by the new action.
But for what it's worth, quite frankly, I think we should have approved it as is today. So more than likely, I will vote no on the motion on this table at the moment. But, we have done this before in anticipation of an approved budget, and it's not been controversial. Thank you.
Can I make some comments too?
Yes, Director.
Yeah, Director Houston has said a lot of what I was gonna say. We've done this several times in past years. This is not new. And I would assume the motion would be to approve these items if we have a budget, because the dates for it is beyond this current budget. And so if we do not have a budget for it, then the item is mute. It doesn't happen. So I just want to make the point that we have done this. I understand Director Alvarez's point of view, but has been done before, and it's never been an issue with the board. And so for that reason, I just want to make note that this is not new. Precedent's already been set for this for a number of us on this board, not just one director. We've all brought items before. I know I have. I don't know about Don. I can't speak for Don, Director Deere, Director Williams, but we have looked at items like this. So we're not doing anything out of the ordinary in that regard.
Can I respond to that? Before you do.
Director Deere.
You don't want it off.
I'm sorry?
Actually, the issue is not whether we can do it or not, that sort of thing, but the issue is it good policy? That's why you and I see, and I am a matter.
From a policy perspective, it is for public policy to spend money from a budget that you haven't approved. I know that it has not been controversial in the past, but this is not something that I would be proud to go out in a public meeting and say, we've spent money on a prior to approving a budget. And I'd be hard pressed to think that board members would do that in the public. And that's from a policy point of view that I think that this is just problematic. So anyways, there's no other comments. We have.
May I just respond to that? We should look at it as a public policy, but I think when we have discussions about different issues that needs to be funded, by the board, we do make decisions. When we discuss the budget, we make decisions. And so I do understand the policy issue, but I'm not opposed to making a decision about future funding if the motion has to do with if the funding is there. But I think in terms of having a vision about what happens, I think it does make sense to look towards future funding. I'm not saying necessarily for this particular issue, but I think the board does have to consider future funding for different issues that come before this board.
So Director Ray, to your point, the motion is to just be brought back. And it can be done at that meeting. And it is, and I agree with you, it is up to the board to determine how it wants to spend money and budget money. And those are policy decisions. And that budget will be approved next month, at our next regularly scheduled board. So we do have a motion on the floor. Can we go ahead and take?
Can you, hold on, can you just read the motion one more time? What's the actual motion? So we all hear it.
The motion that I heard was that we would bring this item next month after action on the board budget or the district budget.
Next month.
So because of the timing of this event, which is July 5, that means it has to be on that agenda, same agenda.
Or a special.
Or we're going to have to do a special board to meet our own policy. Is that right?
Correct.
Which is, by the way, this is what I was all trying to avoid, and we've had precedent. So I will vote with this motion, but knowing that we have to have it on the next one, we're going to have a special board for this board to even entertain supporting the city of Culver City, which we've done for many years. By the way, I think the city is also a sponsor on this. So I'll vote yes on this motion, but I still stand by the fact that we have done this in the past. It has never been an issue. I understand the perspective, but again, that's just how we've done it for years. And nobody had a problem with it. But there you go.
With that, can we have a vote?
Director Scott Houston.
Yes.
Director Don Deere.
Yes.
Director Gloria Gray.
Yes.
Director Harold Williams.
Yes.
President Desi Alvarez.
Yes. Okay, we're moving on. Our next item is resolution number 5/24/1207, and by charter resolution. Then,
Yes, thank you very much, President Alvarez. This item was heard by West Basin's Administrative and Finance Committee. As you mentioned, this is related to the adoption of resolution number 05241207, related to the standby charge resolution of intent. And for this presentation, we do have Wendy Nakamura, our Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you. Good afternoon, directors. West Basin implemented standby charges in 1991 to help pay for a portion of debt service related to the recycling water program. As the result of the 2022 board settlement, West Basin is required to terminate standby charges by June 30, 2030. So to continue the standby program from now until 2030, a standard process will be done annually. These process are listed on page 205 of your package, which is including notice of negative declaration, publication of notice. The board have to approve the resolution of intent, and then we have to publish a public hearing notice. And then staff, then we're going to public hearing, the board adopted standby charges. West Basin hired TDA Municipal Solutions to complete the engineer report, which is required by the standby policy. West Basin staff, district council BBK already reviewed the report. The rate for FY 25 listed on page 204 of your package. For multi-union, it will be charged $9.60 per year. Single family is $14.40. And then for non-resident, it's $72 per year. Standby charge will generate $5.8 million for West Basin in fiscal year 2025. If there is no question, I will read the recommendation. Okay, the recommendation is on page 205 that the board approve, adopt, and then authorize the president to sign resolution number 0524-1207 to initiate the proceeding for the standby charges for fiscal year starting on July 1, 2024.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. Any comments or questions regarding this item? You have a motion?
I will move it.
Mr. Houston made a motion. Anybody second it?
Second.
Director Scott Houston. Director Don Deere.
Yes.
Director Gloria Gray.
Yes.
Director Harold Williams.
Yes.
President Desi Alvarez.
Yes. Next item is another administrative type item. And it's adopt resolution number 524-1208, administrative code revisions, adding conflict of interest policy covering design build project. Mr. General Manager, would like to introduce that item, please.
Yes, thank you very much. This item was heard again by the Finance and Administrative Committee. And for this presentation, we have Joanna Garcia Singleton, our Contracts Administrator.
EJ, good afternoon, members of the board. This item begins on packet page 242. The district is preparing to proceed with a potential progressive design build solicitation for the upcoming DCS replacement project. Staff presented the DCS replacement project and procurement options overview to the committee back in February 2024. During this meeting, staff outlined 3 different procurement options, and the E&O committee advised staff to develop a draft progressive design build RFP for the DCS project. As a reminder, progressive design build is a contracting process where an agency hires a single entity to perform the design, pre-construction, and construction services. The progressive design build delivery method is authorized by the Public Contracting Code. The Public Contracting Code also requires agencies engaging in progressive design build contracts to establish guidelines for a standard organizational conflict of interest policy. Currently, the district does not have such policy in place. So to prepare for the potential progressive design build solicitation and to comply with the statutory requirement, staff in coordination with legal counsel have revised the procurement policy to add a conflict of interest policy covering design build projects. This policy ensures that any potential conflicts of interest are identified, disclosed, and managed appropriately, maintaining the integrity and fairness of our procurement processes. With this policy in place, the district will be better equipped to proceed with the progressive design build RFP for the DCS replacement project should the board approve it, ensuring compliance with legal requirements and promoting a transparent and fair procurement process. I mentioned district council has reviewed the policy and prepared the attached resolution 05-24-1208, which is attachment A on packet page 35. to incorporate the changes into the administrative code. Would the board like me to go over the policy in detail, or I can go straight into the recommendation?
I would appreciate if you go over the in detail.
Sure. So if you turn your attention over to Exhibit B, which is page 247. This is the beginning of the procurement policy, and all we did here is change the title from the chapter from procurement policy to procurement, just to better organize the chapter, and then we added articles. So the general procurement policy is now considered Article 1, and then the conflict of interest policy is Article 2, which is on page 268. The first section, which is 5-1.201, affirms West Basin's stance on potential conflict of interest that may arise when proposers perform work for the district relating to progressive design build or design build projects, which are collectively known as design build projects in policy. The policy then goes on to state that conflict of interest can occur when a proposer is unable to render impartial when impartial assistance, a proposer's objectivity in performing the contract work is impaired, or a proposer has an unfair competitive advantage. Resolution of conflict of interest issues is ultimately at the sole discretion of the district. The district does reserve the right to cancel or amend the contract if a successful proposer fails to disclose a potential conflict which it knew or should have known about, or if a proposer provides information in response to an inquiry from the district that is false or misleading. After award, conflict of interest guidelines and policies will continue to be monitored and enforced. If a conflict of interest is discovered after award, proposer is required to issue an immediate and full disclosure to the district that includes the description of the action the proposer has taken to avoid or mitigate such conflict. If the conflict of interest is determined to exist and the proposer was aware of such conflicts prior to award of the contract and did not disclose the conflict, the district may terminate the contract with the proposer for material breach. The last section, 5-2.202, which is on page 269, is the approach and outlines the specific criteria and procedures. Proposers are prohibited from participating as a design build entity or joining a design build team under various circumstances, such as being the district's design consultant, owner's representative or owner's agent, or otherwise providing contractual services on the design build project. If the proposer has performed work on a previous contract that specifically excludes them from participating as a design build entity or joining the team, if a proposer is under contract with any other entity or stakeholder to perform oversight on the design build project, or if a proposer would violate applicable federal or state conflict of interest rules and regulations by participating as a design build entity. Proposers who may have a potential conflict of interest and wish to participate as a design build entity or join the team must adhere to several requirements outlined in the policy. They must conform to federal and state conflict of interest rules, such as the California Political Reform Act, the California Government Code 1090, and the Federal Copeland Act, the National Kickback Act. They must disclose all relevant facts relating to the interests of the proposer's team, which may result or could be viewed as a conflict of interest. And they must provide all records of the work performed in relation to the project so that all information can be evaluated. Upon review of all of the information provided by the entity, the general manager will determine if the proposer has an organizational conflict of interest. The general manager's decision may be appealed to the board of directors, and the decision of the board of directors is final. That's about it for the policy. So now I will read the recommendation. Staff recommends that the board of directors approve resolution number 05-24-1208, a resolution of the board of directors of West Basin Municipal Water District, amending the West Basin Municipal Water District Administrative Code to add a conflict of interest policy covering design build projects. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions from any of the board members? Okay, I have a question. Do you have a question? This policy, it goes to basically design build procurement. I think it's gonna be particularly applicable to a potential design build contract that the board will be contemplating for the DCS system. And a proposal or design build team to come in and have a competitive advantage by not disclosing that it is their intent to possibly use a proprietary system or a proprietary product as part of their product that they're going to deliver. And you would not know that until after you had retained a design build team. And then they said, well, you know, as a designer of the design build team, I'm going to recommend this, and it's something that the design build team owns and or controls. And that would have given them a competitive advantage if there was some consideration of price at all, and there is, and there typically is in the design build selection process. So what I want to know, and this, I guess it's the general counsel, if after we award and we retain a design build team, then we discover that that design build team intends to recommend a proprietary system or product. At that point, do we have the right to say, wait a second, based on our policy, our bylaws, that you cannot do this?
I think this policy can work for that, but when we go out and do the solicitation, we would want to make sure that we have language that would sync well with our policy. Meaning that if you intend to use proprietary material, something that is proprietary, then we would consider that to be a violation of our conflict of interest policy. It's fairly general in how it's drafted. And I see where you're going, and it makes sense that we would want to prevent that. But I would not want to lean into the policy just on its own. I'd want to have something that's specific to the project upfront. So anyone who's applying for it would know that that is not what they're allowed to do.
We're adopting a general policy, but we're gonna have to deal with reality, and there are gonna be, everybody wants to be competitive. So you can have a design build team that may not have disclosed, or that may decide after the fact, well, you know what, it's still the best thing for the district, in their opinion, to use their proprietary system or their proprietary product. And in this particular case, we're considering that for DCS, there's a lot of software involved there. And so if you have a proprietary software system, then you're locking yourself into a particular vendor ad infinitum. And those systems tend to become obsolete after a while. And even the vendors tend to lose the people that wrote that software. So with the policy as it's being proposed, if we adopt it, do we have, as the district, the right that after we award the contract, and then a design build team comes back and says, we are going to implement, and we're going to use this particular software or this particular product that is proprietary. We have the right at that point to say, no, you cannot, and if they insist to terminate their contract. Is that in the policy we're adopting today?
Not explicitly, but if it was their own proprietary information or system, then I would think it would apply, because they would be you know,
Do you see
sort of
Susanna?
interest, but I see where you're going, and I certainly would like to avoid that situation. So I'm happy to, it could fit in here, but it's not explicitly called out. But I'm happy to talk with staff about how we could either further amend this or make sure in whatever our documents are that we put out publicly that we account for that situation.
Okay, so would it be better, if I heard you correctly, that you would want to revisit the policy and maybe bring it back to address those concerns?
I mean, I think it depends on the fact situation here, whether it's going to fit into these categories that are in 51201B. You know, and there's some judgment call in there. I mean, we could insert a line, but if someone's recommending proprietary system that's not theirs, then I don't think that's necessarily a conflict. If they're, you know, proposing a proprietary system that, you know, somehow they're going to benefit from as well, then I think that does fit the policy.
I just want to have a policy that's very clear, because I can see where you're going to potentially enter into an agreement with a design build team or anybody, and then they come in and they say, well, this is the best product. And it just it also happens to be a product that's proprietary to them. And then at that point, they would argue, hey, but we're the designers, we get to select, you know, our bid was based on us being able to control what gets installed and built.
Eric might have a comment because I also hear what you're saying. I think that's addressed in the policy. But
Yeah, Director Alves, I just wanted to mention that, you know, the difference between traditional design build, which does allow for that to happen because, of course, the agency only gets to specify the project so far before selecting that design builder. And then that design builder pretty much gets to say how they're going to deliver that project. Well, the beauty about this new legislation that allows us to deliver a progressive design build, and that's, of course, the nuance here, is that staff get to be side by side with the designer while they're designing and contribute to the decisions that get, and ultimately approve the decisions that go into the design. The progressive design build also offers the district, specifically the board, an off-ramp that at the end of that design to either move forward with construction or not. But to your specific point, I think the process itself would prevent an entity from not disclosing that they have some proprietary relationship with a particular product or company, because during the design portion, then staff would have the ability to say, no, we don't want that. You're not going to design around that. And they would know that we're never going to, if they insisted upon it, we would never move forward with construction of that project. So I think the process inherently will prevent that from occurring.
I appreciate that, and I understand. But when you're in that process and you're 30% along, and you spend some money, you're also under a lot of pressure. You say, well, if I'm going to terminate this because all of a sudden the options that I am being provided by my design build team are not in my best interest, have to then be we're all human beings and we counterweight, but we've already spent this much money on this particular team. So then I guess that begs the next question or a follow-up question. If that at that point we find out their intent is to use their proprietary system, whatever it may be, and we say no, we need to terminate them. And then, do we have the right to then recover the amount of money that we've already spent? Because it could be a significant expenditure by the time you discover that their intent is to use a proprietary system that you may not want them to use.
Yeah, I think we can address all of that within the procurement documents, right? Stating right up front that we won't accept any proprietary if that's the direction we need to go. But ultimately, I think that there would be that could be built into the contract itself, right? Which of course begins with the procurement documents that, you know, we wouldn't entertain, then decide making that decision without prior approval from the district.
But we're adopting a policy.
Policy, correct.
So does I'll go back to my basic question. Does the policy, as it's written and presented to us today, need some tweaking to address that issue so that the policy is very clear? And it doesn't have to be, somebody has to remember that when we go out and produce a procurement document, so we better be very clear in the procurement document. But we have a policy underlying this, because everybody that's here in this room today may not be here in 5 years. But the policy will be, and there are other design build projects that may come along. So does the policy need to be tweaked before we adopt it to address those questions? So it's not reliant on staff or somebody else to say, oh, I better put in language in here to avoid that.
If I may, like Joe mentioned, a scenario in which a designer is maintaining their own proprietary system will be most likely considered a conflict of interest. Of course, the district and the board will review all of the documentation to make that decision. However, the question of whether a proprietary system could or could not be used for this specific project is not necessarily considered a conflict of interest. I'm not sure if that would or could be addressed in the policy. And like Eric and Joe have mentioned, we could definitely put that within the solicitation documents themselves.
And building on what Joanna's saying, it seems to me that I think that's a great point. There's kind of two little components. So maybe it's best to move forward with policy and bring back another, amendment that has something that's more specific to what you're talking about that might address it.
I guess then I'm at the point that we not move forward, but basically that you bring back this same item, because it needs to be adopted, I agree, but with all those, addressing all those points, so that the policy is very clear and it doesn't depend on staff saying, I better put language in the procurement document that's gonna protect the district because it's not quite covered in the policy. So
yeah, I think that
we'll probably spend some time on the policy and then bring it back.
I think that's fine. I'm just, in my mind, the conflict of interest policy that comes back might be the same because it might not necessarily what you're talking about be a conflict of interest. It might be more a policy of the board that you don't want to use proprietary information. So it could be an add-on to it.
Oh, in the document of the resolution we're adopting, as it was read, we have both sections in there, both policy approach and implementation. So the language is in the policy section can address that. And it'd be very clear on what we're adopting doesn't require us to revisit this at some future date. If we can do that, I would ask that you just bring this back next month or whenever you have it ready, and have it looked into that a little bit further.
Mr. President, if I could, if possible, if you could clarify what you're asking to be included within the conflict of interest policy, because I do understand your concerns in relation to proprietary equipment. And I do understand some of your comments are linked to that, but this is very specific to a conflict of interest. So if they were to recommend a proprietary system, that would not necessarily be a conflict of interest. That would be a separate policy and separate issue. This is in relation to a specific conflict of interest. And so if it's the decision of the board to defer this item to bring it back, I just want to make sure that we all understand exactly what you're trying to.
So read to you from the policy. That's in front of us. This is from the staff report section, and then I'll give you an example. It says, conflicts occur when a proposer is unable to render impartial assistance to the district A proposer's objectivity may be impaired, or a proposer has unfair competitive advantage. Conflict resolution lies solely with the district. Reserve the right to cancel or amend contracts if undisclosed conflicts arise. So undisclosed conflicts arise after you've brought them in and you've discovered that they insist on doing something that you don't believe is in the best interest of the district. This unfortunately happens 2/3 of the way through the design or whatever, where you have incurred significant amount of expenses and you've paid the contractor. At that point, I understand the way I read the policy, that the district has the right to say no, and we're going to terminate the contract if you insist on doing so. My point is, if I decide to terminate at that, can I go back and claw back the money that I've already paid them? Because they did not disclose their intent.
And I would defer to legal counsel, but to me, that sounds as though it's a point of litigation. And I don't know that our admin code would give us or take away that right.
Just reading the document.
Yeah, I think that would probably be in the contract documents. But
Again, you're then putting the burden on somebody remembering to put it in the contract document. Which right now, this team here is hearing us loud and clear and would go ahead and take care of that.
So,
but the policy is gonna be in place when people sitting around these tables are not gonna be here. And it may have been amended by then, it may not, and if it's not, does it address that, or does it anticipate that it's up to whoever's writing the procurement document to make sure that that's taken care of? That's the point.
So we're also.
And I think you can probably amend this language to be a little more specific that way, but it's to allow you to claw back any money that you spent if you discover after the fact and after you've made payment. You be $500,000 worth of payment, but all of a sudden that recommendation comes forward on a large contract. And it's like, and that puts a lot of burden on whoever's administering the contract. From a project management point of view, I gotta fight this contractor. Contractor's not always easy to fight. Once they have a contract, they do have an upper hand. Because they know that it's very difficult for an agency to actually terminate a contract. And most staff will not recommend termination of a contract. It's just not.
yeah, I mean, so, Joanne, I'm sorry, you want
Yes, I was just gonna mention that within the contracts department and with the CFO, we've been talking about revising the procurement policy, which will be, Article 1. That's something that we can probably incorporate into the procurement policy as it's the matter of not using proprietary items. Since it's not necessarily a conflict of issue matter, it's more of a policy matter. So that's another option, is that when we do revise the procurement policy, we can definitely take your comments into consideration and add that to the procurement policy.
I understand that, but that's in the procurement policy. And the procurement policy may say exactly that. You still have, under the design build team approach, and progressive design build, bring them on board. Then they move along, and at some point, all of a sudden, you're facing, for a lot of reasons, they may not have intended to use a proprietary system, or they'll tell you they did not intend to. But once they're into that project, they may have a change of heart and say, no, why not? Why won't we use it? Somebody will come up with that. I can see that scenario, and I know contractors that would do that. And it's like, now you're telling them, no, you can't do that. We have a policy in place. There's language in our contract documents, et cetera. And they're gonna say, no, wait a second, this is what you need. We have the right as an agency to terminate that contract. But we paid them now at this point $500,000. Are we entitled to call that back? I'm sure that we can always litigate, but it'd be nice to have a very clear language in the policy that says that.
Well, I've got a suggestion. I think, so there's still, I can't think in my head of two things. So if you look at -1201 at the end, it says if the proposer is terminated, the district assumes no obligations, responsibilities, and liabilities to reimburse all or part of the costs incurred. So that's just cost.
Right.
You could add something that says, and the proposer must reimburse the district for all costs to date. It doesn't necessarily address your issue, which we could think about as part of either a separate policy or embedded into our contract documents of whether or not we are going to allow for proprietary information or not.
Absolutely, I agree. It's only if we decide, so. Yeah, I agree. That's what I'm saying. It's not gonna be that much more work if you can clarify that and bring that back.
Okay, or,
I think you kind of said it, Joe. You need to, once you write it, you'll.
yeah, well, and the proposer must reimburse the district for all costs.
So,
Okay.
can we just bring this item back after you clarify that?
Mr. Chair, can I point of order?
Yes.
Is this a discussion with the board or with you and staff? Because each board member should have a right to make a decision about whether an item should be brought back or not. So not just the chair of the board. So you can give your comments, but I think all of us should make that decision as a majority if we want that item brought back.
We're not done.
Absolutely. So I just want to mention that because I think that's important that we all have an opportunity to discuss the item. The other point of order is that when a motion gets a second, is the next step discussion by the board or is it just by the chair? How does that work?
Typically, when there is a motion on the floor, that it would be open for discussion.
Okay.
And so there is no discussion. At this point, there is no motion. I asked for comments. No comments were made. There were no motions made. I then entered into a question and answer on this because I thought it was worth clarification and it's a very important, it's a very fine distinction, but we are adopting policy. That policy will be in place long after we're gone.
And I respect your perspective. I did not hear you ask for a question. And it's kind of hard to hear down here because you talk low, so I can't hear you. But my point is, we all should have a perspective on it rather than just direction to give to staff to bring an item, to pull an item from an agenda. Because it is on the agenda for action. And so the board has to take an action on it. If the board decides to bring it back, not that I'm saying it can't be brought back, but I just want to remind the board that it is on the agenda for an action. And the board should take an action on it if we want to bring it back. That's an action, but I think the majority of the board should make that decision. But again, I can't hear you down here sometimes if you ask for questions or whatever.
Did ask a question.
Okay.
At the end.
And I really did not hear all of the discussion. I really don't. I heard EJ ask for clarification, so I really don't know what the issue is. I've heard a lot of conversations, but I'm not quite clear as to what the issue is with this item. So maybe somebody can tell me that.
I don't want to put words in. My understanding is that the issue is that this would amend the admin code, specifically as it relates to the conflict of interest with specifics to this type of project. The question as to what a conflict of interest would be defined by the admin code. My understanding is that the board president is asking questions related to what would be the remedy if somebody were to violate the code of ethics under the admin code. Would they be liable to pay back any expenses borne on the district prior to that conflict of interest being identified? Is that, I'll defer to legal counsel, is that correct?
That's right, and expressing the desire for them to have to pay back any money that we've spent to date.
And so the request is to include that in the modifications of the administrative code. Is that what the request is?
That was my understanding, although I think we could do that here by stating that, and then we could, cap language, but if you'd like, there was also a request to have us look at it and bring it back.
I just, my request of where I was going was, it would be best to just have the staff make the, whatever changes to the language. They're not substantial changes in terms of the number of words, but they are substantial in the terms of the implications. And that be made not on the fly here, but with due consideration and bring it back next month. There is no urgency. So where I was going is if we got some consensus, then come back to the board and say, is the board comfortable with bringing this item back next month?
So you want language brought back to reflect what you're asking?
Yes.
And so the staff is saying they can do that now, but you'd rather them to not do that and bring the language back?
I'd rather that they give it some serious consideration instead of trying to do it on the fly.
Is there any issue with any urgency for this? Okay, all right. Then if you're asking board their perspective on it, then is that what you're doing right now?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm okay with bringing it back with that language now that I understand it and there's no urgency to approve it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
No urgency, and that's what the director, President Alvarez is asking. So we're clear about that.
So what I'm hearing is no action today, but there is direction of staff to bring this back next month.
You can ask the rest of the board members that was mine.
I agree with your comments.
Okay, any other comments on this item?
I thought it was pretty cut and dry, but let it go for another month.
All right, so we'll move on to the next item, which is the agreement for construction management services and approved solicitation components for the solid standing improvement project. And, Mr. General Manager, would you like to address that item?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. This item was heard by the Engineering Operations Committee. The committee did direct this to the full board without a committee recommendation. Again, for this presentation, we have John Benner, our engineer 2, and this does begin on package 273.
EJ. Good afternoon, Alvarez, members of the board. Today I'll be presenting a two-part action item. EJ first will be recommending an award, a contract award for construction management services. And the second is requesting approval to post invitations to quotation for pre-procurement items on the solids handling system improvements project, which is CIP number 10059. So as EJ mentioned, this item begins on page 273, but we'll begin with the presentation, which begins on page 281. Next slide, please. So I'll begin with some background on the project. The committee of regularly on this project. On the committee, you may remember that we've started presenting reports related to this project many times over the last couple of years. And so today, we've just got a one-page recap. Our solids handling system is vital for West Basin's recycled water. Our solids handling system will develop the produce recycled water. And our solids handling system has become increasingly vital in recent years as the implementability of Hyperion has risen high. The largest component of this system is the final stage, comprised of 2 plate frame filter presses, or PFFPs. These presses compact all of the solid sludge produced at the upper facility into cakes, which are then deposited onto trucks and hauled away for reuse. Both these presses and their associated systems were installed in 1995, and most of the major components now in poor, very poor condition. This condition has caused rapidly escalating maintenance, solid storage, and chemical treatment costs. We've conducted 3 studies into this issue, 2018, 2021, and 2022, evaluated 9 different alternatives over that period. These studies conducted condition assessments of our current system, assessed those 9 alternatives and solutions to the escalated costs, and we even undertook a small-scale trial of one of these suggested alternatives. So after evaluating all of these studies and assessing the current costs of running the system in such poor condition, staff has recommended proceeding with the refurbishment of the plate and frame filter presses due to an anticipated payback period of under 5 years. Next slide, please. So this slide shows what the rehabilitation will entail. Effectively, we'll be replacing 2 of the original tanks from 1995 sludge conditioning tanks, but keeping in place 2 tanks that were replaced years ago. We'll be adding pH probes to all 4 tanks to evaluate our lime dosing requirements and reduce the amount of lime that we're using in this system.
We'll be replacing all 4 of the sludge feed pumps and associated piping. And then on the presses themselves, we'll be doing a combination of replacing some components that have failed or are failing and refurbishing other components, and then retaining some components that are still in good working order. And then finally, the last point is that we'll be replacing all of the instrumentation and control systems in order to facilitate the system running back in its original intended operating mode as automatic to reduce operator time on it. Slide, please. So the board awarded the design contract for this project to Arcadis in July of last year. Since then, we've completed a condition assessment verification, a preliminary design report, and a 60% design workshop. Staff received the first draft of the 90% design submittal on May 13th. We are currently conducting an internal review of the submittal. If the board awards the CN contract, the plan is to take 2 4-hour constructability reviews of the 90% review workshop, design to ensure construction risks are minimized and the potentially costly change orders are reduced. We anticipate the final 100% design submittal in roughly July, August. And so we intend to come back before the board in July.
Where's the
or August.
B? What?
You asked-
Where's the B? JB.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, sorry.
We anticipate the final 100% design in late July, August. So in July or August, we intend to come back before the board to post with the request to post the RFB construction. Obviously, this schedule is dependent on there being no major revisions between the 90% and 90%. So this is the intended design schedule. Been over this before, but effectively all items here in green have already been completed. And you can see the associated costs next to them. The items in orange are currently underway. As I mentioned, we received a 90% design a couple of weeks ago, and we plan to finish the 100% design in the next few months. And then the final task there, task 7, is for engineering support during each of the construction and closeout phases. So that comprises reviewing construction documentations, RFIs, and so on. The next slide, please. This slide depicts the overall project schedule, which was mostly covered in the previous phase, but changes from the last update are in red text. So the diamonds here represent all implementations, the boxes represent staff actions. So you can see in the top left there the project review that staff presented to E&O in October 2022. And then in the top row there, you can see a number of items related to the filter clock replacement occurred last year. The design phase is shown in the green boxes. So as part of the 90% design submittal, the designer produced a pre-procurement list, and the approval to post the IFQs for that pre-procurement is the second part of the action item today. The 90% design submittal also contains an estimated construction schedule with project phasing, and staff are anticipating awarding the construction contract in November should the last 10% of the design progress as planned. So one important consideration here is that as we plan to take the entire system offline and replace it with a temporary dewatering system during construction, we will be making significant O&M savings during the construction phase. So most of these savings will be to do repairs and maintenance cost capitally, which have ballooned to over $1 million so far this fiscal year. The full O&M cost saving that we present in previous presentations will be realized after the construction phase, but we will make significant O&M cost savings during construction. Next slide, please. This slide shows a chart we've seen a few times before. We update it each time we present this project. It depicts the net present value of both the do nothing option A and the proposed refurbishment option B over a period of 15 years. The table to the right here shows the anticipated savings of undertaking the refurbishment. As you can see, the initial capital expenditure of the project over the next couple of years is offset by the O&M savings with each passing year, both during the second year of the project, during construction that I just mentioned, and upon its completion. Our calculations show this refurbishment will save approximately $3.6 million per year in O&M savings, and that's an additional $300,000 every single year the system remains in its current form. So it's anticipated the break-even point will occur sometime in 2028, with these savings leading to a net positive after that point. As I mentioned, we do update this chart every time we present to the board. Next slide, please. So on to the first action item on this report today. It's the award of a contract for construction management services. Inquiring external consultant these services is standard practice at West Basin and recommendation by the construction industry as a whole. A competent construction manager can oversee the daily construction tasks, develop and review the contractor's plans, minimize risk and change orders, and ensure the construction is carried out safely and efficiently. For this project, we separated the scope of work into 4 tasks. The first of these is the constructability assessment. This would be 3 4-hour workshops to review both the 90% and 100% design submittal. And these workshops are targeted at finding potential constructability issues with the design, reviewing the construction schedule for errors, and going through the specifications with a fine-tooth comb to ensure that the required work is clearly specified, the expectations of the contractor are transparent, and that the district is protected should issues occur during construction. The second task there is for pre-construction services. This mostly comprises setting up pre-construction meetings, establishing a document control system, and developing the necessary quality assurance and control procedures for the project. Once the contractor has issued a notice to proceed, the CM team will provide all of the usual construction management services, inspecting the daily work, conducting weekly meetings, reviewing submittals, RFIs, change orders, red lines, and all of the other various pieces of construction documentation that arise. When the project wraps up and construction is completed, the CM team will stick around for another month or so to ensure that all project documentation is received and filed, to provide a report summarizing the construction phase, and to transmit all documents necessary for the operation and maintenance of the refurbished system. The full scope of work document is provided as part of the RFP, can be seen in attachment B on packet page 296. So this slide goes into the actual solicitation process we undertook to arrive at our recommendation today. On April 11th, we posted the request for proposals on our online procurement system, OpenGov. It was also advertised on our website and social media. In the 6 weeks prior to this posting, West Basin staff personally reached out to 35 companies via email, following up with pre-RFP meetings and sidewalks and video. 32 companies downloaded the RFP packet, and 7 companies started the application process. A pre-proposal presentation site tour was held on April 24th, and it was attended by 19 people representing 11 separate consultants. On May 7th, West Basin received only 2 proposals, which were then reviewed by 4 West Basin staff members over the following week, according to the scoring schedule that you can see in attachment C. All consultant references were contacted with no adverse comments or items of concern registered. Both respondents were invited to interviews the week of May 13th, and these were conducted with a panel of 5 people. That's the original 4 staff members and 1 external panelist from the Water Management District. The interviews consisted of a series of formal questions asked by both parties with an informal unscored Q&A for the remaining time. They were scored out of 10, and this was added to the proposal score for a total score of 107. The highest scoring candidate was AKM Consulting Engineers, who was being recommended on a best value basis with a total proposed cost of $688,168. As I mentioned, the individual scoring sheet can be viewed in detail in attachment C. I should note here that West Basin staff were concerned about only receiving 2 proposals after significant outreach efforts. We did reach out to all of the organizations previously contacted on this project, and we received feedback from 12 companies. The majority of responses stated that a lack of resources was the main issue, either for creating a proposal or actually starting the job. Some responses from newer contacts pointed to an unfamiliarity with West Basin's ways of working and operations. We've since set up meetings with all of those companies. One respondent actually stated that they were scared by the level of outreach we conducted, as they believed that that reduced their chance of getting the contract. All in all, we don't believe there's anything in particular that staff did incorrectly. However, we're evaluating the responses for lessons we can learn in future RFPs. Next slide, please. So this table shows the respondents, the proposed costs and hours, and total scores. The respondents are evaluated by the panelists completely independently, with scores only being shown to the team as a whole once everyone's completed their independent evaluations. As you can see, in this case, the selection was incredibly tight. Both consultants presented an excellent team that was well qualified for the project. Both consultants know the ECL facility very well and are well aware of the challenges caused by construction on an active treatment facility. The evaluation panel wants me to note they believe both teams would be well suited for this job and would do an excellent job. But ultimately, the selection came down to cost, with AKM's lower cost and higher hours per dollar giving them a slight points advantage. It should also be noted here that both proposals came in significantly under the engineer's estimate of $1.4 million. This estimate was based on a standard 10% of the estimated construction cost, and the low proposals reflect that the actual construction work itself was relatively simple, with both consultants recommending a team of only 1 full-time member with part-time support. The majority on this work, on this project, is effectively replacing mechanical systems like for like, with minimal civil work, no anticipated special inspections, and only simple electrical installations. Therefore, the proposed CDM costs have come in at around half the cost of a normal construction project of this size. Since the E&O presentation, staff have been contacted by Boutia Engineering, requesting that an additional point is awarded to them due to one of their sub-consultants being a small and local business. After internal discussions, staff decided the additional point is not warranted, as the respondent did not clearly define the compensation to be provided to this sub-consultant, and so it's unclear whether the 30% of total compensation threshold was reached as per S&P policy. It should be noted that even if the additional point was awarded, AKM Consulting Engineers would still have a slightly higher average score, as well as being $77,511 cheaper for 229 more hours. Next slide, please. For the second action item on this agenda item, staff are requesting approval to post invitations for quotation on 4 major elements of the project that require pre-procurement. So, as I mentioned before, as part of the 90% design submittal, as an engineer at Arcadis recommended the pre-procurement of all of the items that you see here due to their long lead time. There is a concern that if the items are not procured by the months shown in the second column, it could cause the project schedule to slip, which would result in West Basin continuing to pay that increased $300,000 per month of O&M costs for longer than necessary. In addition, the pre-procurement of this equipment is estimated to save the district approximately $1 million in contractor profit, overhead, general conditions, bonds, and insurance. Therefore, staff are today requesting approval to post invitation quotations for the first 4 items here, with an estimated total cost of $1,210,000. There was some confusion at the E&O committee about what this approval means. So just to clarify, staff today are requesting approval to post invitation for quotations only. If approved today, staff will post the invitation for quotations and receive quotes within the next couple of months. We will then bring back the best value quotes for recommendation to the board. We've estimated the potential value of these quotes to be $1,210,000 in total. However, we won't know for sure until we receive quotes. The first of these items is the pre-rental agreement for the temporary dewatering system that will be used during construction while the presses are offline. This system will consist of 2 small centrifuges, each of which are sized to handle the daily sludge production within around 10 hours of continuous running. We plan to rent 2 of these centrifuges to provide redundancy should one fail, given that the sludge removal is such a critical part of the daily plant operation. We intend to enter into a pre-rental agreement with the company as part of this pre-procurement to ensure that these systems are available when we require them, but the actual rental will likely occur in around February of next year, given the current construction schedule. The anticipated cost there is for a rental of these centrifuges over a 10-month span during construction. Similarly, the second item there, the temporary odor control system, will be rented over the same period. This system will be used to mitigate odor, the odor of using centrifuges outside adjacent to the Topgolf facility. The system will consist of large carbon filters connected by ducting to the vents of the centrifuges. It's hoped that this system, as well as the intended plan to operate the centrifuges overnight and in the early hours of the morning, will reduce the odor issues experienced by our neighbours. The third item there, the 2 sludge conditioning tanks that have been made of welded steel. They have a long lead time of 22 weeks. The installation of these tanks is the first major construction task and is a key component of the critical path. So they must be procured as soon as possible to prevent schedule delays. The final item on this procurement list for today's action item are the MCC electrical breakers. These 4 devices will be installed in the existing motor control cabinets inside the solid stand control room. They provide electrical protection for the 4 large sludge feed pumps that we'll be installing. These are new additions to the pre-procurement list since the PDR last presentation to this board, as their lead time has increased to 39 weeks across the industry. And so they've been added as part of the 90% design. The second half of this table here shows some components that will be pre-procured later in the year, just prior to the construction contract being selected. All of these items are bespoke components of the filter presses themselves, and so they will need to be procured via the filter press manufacturer's representative, Universal Filtration and Pumping, out of Woodstock, Georgia. The lead time on these items is shorter, so we can procure them later in the design stage, just prior to construction. And we anticipate bringing these procurement awards back before the board in August or September of this year. In total, we anticipate needing to pre-procure $1,620,000 worth of equipment to keep the project timeline as tight as possible and to reduce that schedule slippage that could potentially cost an additional $300,000 per month. The action item today requests approval to post the IFQs for approximately $1,210,000 of anticipated cost. However, it should be noted that the rental costs in the first 2 rows will be expended monthly during the project construction phase, rather than as a lump sum on contract order delivery materials. Next slide, please. So this slide details the anticipated expenditure on this project each fiscal year. As I'm sure you remember, last year we replaced the filter cloths on the presses for a total of $170,000. This fiscal year, we're on track to spend nearly all, if not all, of the design costs associated with the project. So that $860,000 there corresponds to tasks 1 through 6 of the design contract, so everything before construction. That assumes that the 100% design will be finished before the end of this fiscal year. It may slip into July or potentially August, but the bulk of that $860,000 will be spent this year. Next fiscal year, we've requested $14.6 million in the proposed CIP budget. This accounts for most of the construction costs, as well as the associated construction management, we'll bring it for you today, and engineering services during construction from our design engineer. In addition, the bulk of the pre-procurement costs will be realized next fiscal year as components arrive and we rent those the temporary systems. You may notice that the pre-procurement cost here, the 1.98 million, is slightly higher than the previous page. That's because for budgetary reasons we included a 20% contingency on pre-procurement costs. This project is due to finish partway through fiscal year 2025-2026, with the construction tailing off and the temporary dewatering system being decommissioned. Therefore, we see the anticipated expenditure drop to just over $4 million. In total, we anticipate this refurbishment project to total approximately $19,570,000 over the 4 years. We have secured and received $2,640,000 in refinery funding to date, based on our prior agreements. And so the total West Basin funded expenditure comes to $16,930,000 in total. However, we do believe that further funding can be secured to further reduce. So this slide shows the total funding we received from our refinery customers under our current agreements made in 2016 and 2021 respectively. As you can see, the project budget has changed significantly since then, particularly since the Chevron boiler feed agreement in 2016. The total project cost, including $810,000 spent prior to this refurbishment option being selected, comes to $20,380,000. That was almost double the $11.5 million that we believe the project cost in 2016. As I'm sure you're well aware, updated agreement negotiations are currently ongoing with our refinery customers, and these new agreements will include budgets. This one being updated values. And we also anticipate the allocation percentages changing as well. So it's difficult to assess exactly how much additional funding we may receive, but staff does believe that additional funding will likely be acquired. And in terms of how West Basin will be funding our own expenditure on this project, the CIP budget workshop on May 15 covered potential options for the CIP budget as a whole. Next year, depending on the rate options available to the board, there will be between $2 and $6 million available for CIP funding from revenue. We also anticipate receiving approximately $16 million in grants and low interest loan funding for the JMM and Palos Verdes projects. And this project has in the past been proposed as an ideal candidate for West Basin's commercial pipeline due to its quick return investment. How the remaining $16.9 million of project budget is to be funded will ultimately come down to both the ongoing refinery agreements and decisions made by the board in the upcoming budget workshop. Next slide, please. So that brings me to the recommendation before you today, that the board authorizes the general manager to, 1, enter into an agreement with AKM Consulting Engineers for Construction Management Services on the Solids Handling Improvements Project, CIP 10059, in the amount of $688,168, plus a 10% contingency of $68,817, for a total not to exceed contract amount of $756,985. And 2, to post invitations of IFQs for the following components: A, procurement of 2 such conditioning tanks; B, rental agreement for a temporary dewatering system; C, rental agreement for a control system; and D, procurement of electrical breakers for an estimated total of $1,210,000. This presentation, I will take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any comments from any of the board members?
Yeah, my question, I was gonna ask you about future funding, but you kind of identified future funding on CIP and so forth. Thank you.
Director Gray, if I could touch on that just very briefly. Obviously, staff understands the expense of this project, but we also understand the importance of this project. In looking at the proposed budget that the board will be contemplating, we do have another workshop tomorrow, and of course, we hope to have action there in June. There's not only potential funding available for CIP, it won't cover the entirety of this, but as John mentioned, we do believe that this is a project that would be perfect for the commercial paper program. However, The board would ultimately have to make that decision. If we chose to pull that money out of reserves rather than utilize debt, that is one option. And of course, it would be a balance of what we would be generating with our rates and utilizing as much pay-go as we could. But it could be a combination of all three of those factors, but ultimately that will be a decision by the board of directors.
This project is absolutely necessary, correct?
This project is absolutely necessary.
Any other comments?
Make a motion. I say, I'll
You move it,
I'll make a motion that we approve the staff recommendation.
and I'll second it.
I do have some comments.
It's been moved and seconded, so.
Well, we get to speak to the motion.
We'll do discussion, correct?
Motion's up for discussion. And we spoke to the motion, other motions previously. This is a project that, we have discussed multiple times. And it is a project that is, at this point, if it moves forward, will be moving forward at the end of this year. I, at this point, do not think that there is an urgency to act on any of these items until a final decision is made on the project. And that it is part and parcel of what we're going to do with the NC Little plant. We have several major items that we need to consider in terms of future operation of that plant. So I will not be supporting the motion today. I think that it is premature. I do want to ask for one clarification. John, I think in your discussion, you mentioned that with respect to the solicitation for bids for procurement of equipment, that all we're doing, as this is approved, is authorizing solicitation of bids, procurement, not authorizing the procurement. And if you read the recommendation on item 2, which is the item that addresses that particular point, it says post invitations for quotation for 4 items, which is consistent with what you just said. The first one is procurement of 2 sludge conditioning tanks. The second one is for rental agreement. The third one is for rental agreement. The fourth one says procurement of electrical. Wouldn't that be better to say just invitations and quotations for electrical breakers, opposed to procurement?
Right, so yeah, I think it's syntax grammatical.
I'm just pointing that out. If the language is adopted as a motion on the table goes, then authorizing procurement of the electric breaker. We can argue that based on the language. So that's just a point of clarification, and I'll leave that to the maker of the motion. I don't have any other comments unless there are any other comments by any other board members. Okay, let's just vote on this.
Mr. Chair. Well, I just want to say, because, and Director Gray did ask the question, and our staff did say that this is recommended that we move forward. And so fully understanding, the chair's perspective, but on the other hand, we have talked about this a long time. Our staff has done a lot of work and due diligence. We are at this point. And so, again, it's a collective of the board to decide what to do based on staff recommendation. So with that, I do think we need to move forward on this. On that syntax issue, I mean, if that's something we really need to tweak today or not, I mean, I'm open-minded to that, but.
Director Houston, I would just say that there's no confusion on the part of staff. I think what John mentioned, if you read, and Director Alvarez just touched on it, it says post invitations for quotation, and the words that you see procurement or rental. That's what we're getting the quotations for. So the first one would be for the procurement, so we'll get a quote for that. The second would be for rental equipment, we would get a quote for that. The third one, C, would be for rental, and we'd get a quote for that. And then the fourth one would be procurement. So the term procurement versus rental is just talking about what we would be seeking those quotations for. But regardless of the verbiage, I would point out that there is no confusion in this room as to the direction of what we would be doing and then ultimately bringing back to the board for your decision.
Okay. Let me ask one other thing. And by the way, I do want to say, John, thank you for the presentation. I didn't say that earlier, but very thorough, you know, put you all through the hoops. And then can I just ask, because this was heard at E&O, but obviously it moved to the full board with no recommendation. Is that just because there was not consensus at the committee, or they just wanted us to have this here?
There was no consent.
No consensus. Okay. So anyway, so back to what I said before. I believe, you know, from my perspective and having heard staff, I mean, I support the staff recommendation. I think that we need to get this thing moving and go from there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other comment? So let's have a vote.
Director Scott Houston.
Yes.
Director Don Deere.
Yes.
Director Gloria Gray.
Yes.
Director Harold Williams.
Yes.
President Desi Alvarez.
Okay, so we'll move on to item. Adopt resolution number 524/1204, administrative code revision amending section 3-4, 105.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. This item again was discussed at the Finance and Administration Committee. Because it is a resolution, I should have mentioned this earlier with these resolutions, they do come to the full board for specific action. They're not able to be on the and so this was heard in committee. Elisa Macenas Fidelio, our manager of human resources, is here for the presentation.
Good afternoon, President Alvarez and members of the board. I'm here to present agenda number 8F, the adoption of resolution number 05241204, the administrative code revisions amending section 34105. So West Basin's employees are governed by the policies and procedures as referenced in the administrative code part 3, which pertains to the human resources and employment benefits. Staff regularly reviews part 3 of the code to ensure necessary amendments are made pursuant to change in law and other required changes. After a review, a revision has been made to add clarifying language regarding standby, on-call, and payback pay. Please note that this change is only relevant to non-exempt employees. These amendments have been reviewed by District Council Best and Krieger. District Council has prepared a resolution included as attachment A to incorporate the changes into the code. A red line of the changes is also included on as attachment B with the updated language shown in attachment C. The following recommended resolutions are as follows. So if you please refer to packet page 314, we did add language to the code. As you see, on-call is added, which is basically synonymous to standby pay. This is basically when a employee is scheduled in advance by management to be available for an on-call service while in a non-working status or off-duty hours. And if you refer to page 315, same change added wording was, same wording was added to the code. And then the addition is actually to the amount of pay for on-call or standby, which is currently the minimum wage. Previously, it was 10% of the base hourly rate, but per law, it is now the current minimum wage, which is, I believe, $17.50 per hour. And then, as you note, on callback pay, we did add the language. Callback is basically when we call an employee back to work as, while they are, off duty. And, we give the discretion of the employee to accept the on-call or the callback, within reason. So those are the changes, that were made to the, admin code. If there's any questions before I, present the recommendation.
Any questions from the board? Go ahead.
Okay, staff recommends that the board approves it and adopts recommends the board approve, adopt, and authorize the president to sign resolution number 05241204, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the West Basin Municipal Water District amending the West Basin Municipal Water District Administrative Code Section 34105.
Thank you very much. Okay, with respect to that item, is there any other comments that the board has or further questions?
I'll move the item.
Okay, there's a motion by Director Gray. Is there a second?
A second.
Now we have a second. Other comments? Hearing none, take a vote.
Director Scott Houston. Director Don Deere. Director Gloria Gray.
Yes.
Director Harold Williams.
Yes.
President Dizzy Alvarez.
Did Director Deere leave?
No.
I don't believe he has left.
You just taking a break.
I believe so.
So we're on the last item in the action calendar, which is adopt resolution number 5/24/1206 regarding tax and revenue anticipation notes for fiscal year 24-25.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. This item again was heard by the Finance and Administration Committee. For the presentation, we do have Wendy Nakamura, our Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, EJ. Good afternoon again. West Basin has a current commercial paper program, which is the 30 million line of credit. This program we started in 2018 and it's being renewed in 2021 for another 3 years, and then will be expired on October 18, 2024. Because West Basin does not have authority to issue directly for new money. Therefore, the commercial paper have to be issued by West Basin Financing Corp. West Basin Board need to sign the promissory notes annually to agree paying back any money borrowed from the West Basin Financing Corp. That is why we're here today. The commercial paper provide a low cost financing need for West Basin. West Basin can decide when and how much to borrow without logging into any long-term debt. West Basin Financial Advisor, TFM, prepared a good faith estimate, which you can see on your package 322 page. I just want to mention to maintain this commercial line paper, the annual cost is about $20. And then any borrowing, we taking the money out of the line, the rate is about 4%. As you can recall, during the budget workshop May 15th, staff have a report to the board that West Basin FY25 CIP funding projected as 29 million. We will be receiving 12 million 1% loan from the state of California. So then there'll be, we'll still have a gap of $17 million cash that West Basin need to fund for the CIP project. Like EJ just mentioned, we will be funding this project, the CIP project, through a combination of either using West Basin cash and then the loan, or possibly, commercial paper line credit. West Basin current cash reserve is about $69 million. If we're using all our cash to fund the CIP, then our ending balance cash for next year will be down to $52 million. West Basin's current credit rating is AA minus. To maintain the same credit rating, the recommended cash balance by the rating agencies is between 49 million and 82 million, which is about 5 months of operating expenses. Because West Basin's cash level is not considered as very strong, rated by the rating agency. Further decrease in our cash reserves may result in a downgrade of our credit. Therefore, staff recommend the board to approve the resolution number 05-24-1206. That's the end of the report. If I can answer any of the questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from any board members? No. Go ahead.
Let's ask, because, and we talked about this obviously at F&A, but this pretty much is something we have done over the years and just need to continue doing. Correct?
That is correct. We've been, Wendy, I don't know if you know, since 2018. This does provide the board of directors flexibility as far as how they pay for future projects, current and future projects. As I mentioned on the previous item, obviously we have utilized our pay-go or our cash, basically the rates that we're charging annually to fund projects. Commercial paper does present a flexible option for the right type of project. And of course, that is the right of the board of directors to consider. As Wendy just pointed out, our reserves or our cash on hand is important. It is part of our credit rating. However, that is for the board to decide the importance of that credit rating, because as we pull down those reserves, it could impact our credit rating. And so for the purpose of that flexibility, that is why staff is making this recommendation.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I would move recommendation.
A second.
I have some follow-up questions. Commercial paper is just, it's a short-term loan.
Yes.
So at the end of the day, you borrow money, you're going down to the bank, borrowing some money, and then we'll refinance it in long-term debt.
That is one of the possibilities, yes.
And we're retaining a financial consultant, and how much annually?
It's not a financial consultant, is we're paying the bank to open the 30 million line available at any time of the year for West Basin. That costs about $130,000 a year.
So it is then to open the credit line, and then we get charged $130,000, and they lock in an interest rate.
The interest rate depends on the time you're borrowing. So right now, we do not know, but pretty much it's about 3.95 or 4%. Yeah.
So if you exercise it in a year, it may be lower or it may be higher.
Correct.
If you did not lock it in today, and you wanted to do short-term borrowing at some future date, you'd still be looking at whatever interest rate you would be at that particular date.
There's advantage of continue doing this program because, to issue this program require documentation, require a lot of attorneys work and the financial, there have to be submitting all the documentations and reports. So if we stop this program and then next year or, sometime we said that we want to do it again, it's going to cost about $85,000 to $100,000 for them to reinitiate the submitting all the paperwork.
So if you didn't adopt this program, and you went and wanted to do it a year from now, or 6 months from now, you would then have to basically enter into an agreement and would cost you're saying it would cost more money because it would require attorneys to review the loan documents for the bank.
Yeah, our bond counsel needs to review it, yes.
And so have those loan documents been reviewed now?
The loan documents right now is basically, they use a standard, documentation, and they probably just needed to kind of doing a little edit, cut and paste, changing the year kind of stuff. So it's much easier for them to just kind of cut and paste, just kind of saying like starting everything
So
from the
the
new.
loan documents are pretty standard documents that if we exercise it, then there would be some review. But if we didn't exercise it, the loan documents would still be there and they'd still be reviewed at the time that you wanted to borrow them, do the short-term borrow. Because
Yeah.
similar loan documents, it may not be the same, but similar. Okay. In the past, the last time we did this, it was, I think it was 2 years or 3 years.
We renewed in 2021, 3 years ago.
3 years.
Yes.
We've been paying the bank how much?
3 years ago, we probably paid, I don't have that number, probably it's like 40K or something.
Right, so we're paying them now 130,000 a year. We approve it today.
Correct. That's not the paying the financial advisor,
No,
you're
no,
paying
this
the
is
bank.
to-
to
this is to
open
have
the line.
the right to exercise it, and you still have to go through and say, we want to borrow 15, or we want to borrow whatever we want to borrow. And then they'd have to produce the loan documents, and we'd have to have an attorney review it. So all of that is standard whenever you go make a short-term loan. In this case, I'm not quite sure, 2 to 5 years, and I'm assuming something like that would be short-term for us.
We can do either
So-
3 years. Uh-huh.
If we don't borrow any money in that period of time, though, we're still making a commitment to pay $130,000 a year for 3 years.
Correct. But
So that would be that we're basically by agreeing to this commercial paper, agreement, to incur $130,000 a year, whether we use the money or not.
that is correct, but also though, one thing is giving a flexibility, like when we really need the money is just there. But if we don't have this line today and then down the line, we want the money, it's going to take us about 2 to 3 months to get this ready.
So you answered my question earlier that whenever we go to exercise the line of credit, they're still going to give us a loan document, it's still going to be reviewed, etc. So if you don't exercise the line of credit, I'm sorry, and just go 6 months or whatever, and you need a short-term loan, you still would get a loan agreement, and you still have to review it, and you still have to then look at whatever the current interest rate would be at that time. So all of those things are the same, whether you have the commercial paper in play, or commercial paper line in place or not, in terms of borrowing the money. So I'm not understanding why we would want to commit to spending $130,000 to maybe make the process a little bit simpler. Because if we don't exercise it, then we're still committing, in this case, should everything go through, $390,000 expenditure for an option that can be exercised otherwise. That's kind of what my comments are on that. We have a motion on the floor. And any other comments or any other discussion that any board member would like to have?
Question. If we're spending money for something that we're not getting, wouldn't that be like to give the public funds? Wouldn't that be illegal?
Well, I would argue that we are getting something. Director Williams.
Listening to the director here, sounds like we're not.
Well, you're receiving a line of credit.
And he's exercising a loan. We'd have to go through a little bit more work to borrow the money if we didn't have the line in place.
Well,
But you still have to have
But
loan documents drafted up, you'd still have to review them, and you still have to agree to whatever the interest rate is at that time. They're not locking into an interest rate today. That they're
yes.
gonna guarantee for 3 years.
So it's basically the bank charging the fee to say, I have the $30 million in the bank for you right now. If you want tomorrow, go ahead and get 30 million.
but it has value.
It has value. If you have this is at the simplest of ways to explain it. I don't mean to talk it down, but there's an annual service fee on your credit card. Even if you do not use your credit card, the safety of having that there if you need it. And we run and operate a very complex water recycling facility. When things fail, it's not cheap. And so having that safety. Yeah, well, I'm using that as an example. The safety net of having it there if it's needed has been the decision of the board of directors in years past. We're bringing it back for renewal, and that's what this item is.
Are we about ready to, or else I'm gonna say call the question.
If
because
there's
we
no
need-
other, if there's no other comments. Any other comments?
No more
Then
comments.
Let's go ahead and vote.
Director Scott Houston,
Yes.
Director Don Deere,
Yes.
Director Gloria Gray,
Yes.
Director Harold Williams,
Yes.
President Desi Alvarez.
Okay, so that brings us to the end.
President,
Yes,
I was gone for a few moments when you took a vote on the previous.
That is correct.
I'm sorry, I
Item-
apologize.
I want to
Can
be
we go
recorded.
back and go to that motion, please?
Yes, that is item 8F. And it currently sits at a 4-0 vote, though you were out of, you'd like to register your.
I'd like to register a yes vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
And I apologize.
Okay.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of the action calendar. The next is the information calendar. Any board member want there any of the information items, or should we just receive and file the information calendar?
Move to do so.
Move
file.
Yeah.
Okay, we have
Second.
motion and a second to receive and file the information calendar. If there's no other discussion, can we have a vote?
Just one slight clarification, we do not have any information counter items because everything was heard in committee. So item 10 is a receive and file, and I hear a motion.
Go to that next.
Okay.
Anything there, wanted to take care of the
Yeah.
item. So the next item is receive and file. Unless anybody wants to discuss any one of the receive and file items, then we just have a motion to receive and file.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. We have a vote, please.
Director Scott Houston. Director Don Deere.
Yes.
Director Gloria Gray. Director Harold Williams.
Yes.
And President Desi Alvarez.
General Manager's activities report. We've received a written report. Do you want to add anything to that?
Yes, I would like to quickly add, I want to say thank you very much to not just the board of directors, but all of our staff for all of the work that they did over the Memorial Day weekend. Secondly, I would like to say a special thank you to Director Houston for inviting guests today. It's always great to have, I think, members of the public join us. And of course, the Pride Proclamation resolution was very well received, obviously. I want to say thank you to our board and to our staff for the development of those resolutions. Again, I think that as they were being read, I was looking around and it seems like it really truly resonates, not just with those attending, but hopefully those people that are watching. And last but not least, we were able to recognize Cal State University Dominguez Hills. It is a tremendous effort of what they are doing there just down the street. But I did want to highlight one specific person here at West Basin, Mr. Gus Meza. He has been working with Cal State University Dominguez Hills throughout this process. He's actually arranged for a tour. I think it's later this week, maybe it's next week, West Basin staff to go visit the facility and the project that you saw the presentation on. But I would guess that the majority of the work and the effort that has taken place at Cal State University Dominguez Hills would not have been done without Gus working with them. So I want to say thank you to him. And with that, Mr. President, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do you have any questions from the general manager? Go ahead, Director Houston.
Let's see, I think I had just one, it's really a comment, EJ, and thank you for this, and I just wanted to note, it says under recruitment that apparently we had around 400 applicants for 8 opening interns, which that is just unbelievable. I mean, it's a lot of people to sort through, but 400 applications for 8 positions, and these were interns. Which quite frankly, that's really good to hear that that many young people, I'm assuming most of them are young people, but would want to come and be a part of our team for a piece of their career. So I just want to point that out. That's really amazing. So
Thank you, Director, for that, because that did not come without a lot of effort. Our Human Resources Department, as well as our Public Information and Education Department, we've been hitting every job fair available. We held our own job fair where our booth was promoting our internships there. And so that is the fruit of the labor. Thank you to staff.
Guardian singled them out, committee still waiting for a check from us. What's the problem?
So the issue on that is that staff reached out to them. They did not file an application. We've reached out with them a few additional times. It's my understanding at the last board meeting, you said that you would like to consider retroactive sponsorship. So we've now contacted them on 2 occasions, including most recently yesterday.
I contacted, did they respond to your contact?
So no, the first email was sent out with the request for a retroactive sponsorship, was sent out last week, Thursday, I believe. I followed up again, did not receive a response from them for that email. I followed up yesterday, have not received a
Who
response.
are you sending your emails to?
To Ms. Suzanne Medina.
That's the position to receive them.
And we have previously spoken with her directly earlier. She did acknowledge that the application was not filed. So we're still continuing to work with them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
That's all you have.
Moving on, we,
Can I just make one comment?
General counsel report. Ryan, do you have any?
I don't think it can hear.
We still are going to come back to director's comment.
No, I wanted to say something to EJ regarding the report.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Is that what we're on now?
The general manager's report.
Yes, right. I would like to discuss several items on your report. I'll just do that later. Just want to say that to you. Desiree can call me. We'll make an appointment to talk to you. Thank you.
So general counsel's report. Ryan, do you have anything to report?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have nothing to report.
All right, so next item is AB 1234. Items that any board member wants to discuss.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll do just real quick. Since our last meeting, I have 2 items that are reportable. So on May the 9th, I attended the Redondo Beach Chamber of Commerce. They had a board meeting in the state of city with their new mayor. So I was there. That morning was awesome. And then number 2 was on the 22nd of May, we we're at the Center Street Elementary School where we have 2 new well filling stations. And so Tammy and I think Aaron were there, but not just seeing the new stations, but just walked the campus a little bit. A couple of the school board members were there as well as the principal. And again, I just want to thank the staff for all the work they do to put those things together. The fact also, by the way, El Segundo Unified has taken great advantage of this program. So we're consistently putting in new drinking fountains on their properties. But so it wasn't just, going down and getting a photo op, it's going down and actually touring and seeing what's happening and looking around campus and potentially identifying some new opportunities. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
So then, we've already had closed session. We'll move on to the agenda items. Director Gray, I'll start with you.
Just thank you to all the staff today and the general manager for all the reports. They're always comprehensive. So thank you for your dedication.
Director Houston?
I have nothing additional to report, so thank you.
Director Deere?
Nothing new to report.
And Director Williams, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I'm in compliance with all of my
Ethics training.
ethics and the other.
Sexual harassment.
Sexual harassment. I'm cool now.
That's great. I think I still have to do one of those.
So this minister and the rabbi and the priest went to the bar for them?
We're not gonna
I
go
didn't say
there
that.
right now. I don't have much comments, but I do want to address one thing. I thought it was very nice to have the resolutions today. And I thought in particular that it was very nice to actually have guests here to give the resolutions, to participate in that presentation of the resolution. In the past, we just had the resolutions, we kind of read them from the dais. But it's always nice to have invited folks, and thank you to Director Houston. I did not realize Director Houston that invited them, but much appreciated. And as we move forward, we do these resolutions, let's try to identify appropriate organizations and or individuals that we can present the resolutions to. That's all my comments for today. We are adjourned.